Okay. Sorry about that, everyone. Welcome to the broadcast. Having some audio filtering difficulties. So, you may have heard some terrible chair creaking and the like. But hopefully that's resolved. Now, today we're going to be continuing our game dev project, and we're starting off with avoidance navigation, which is primarily for the monsters or the opponents in the game, so that they don't step on top of each other. Hopefully, this won't be too computationally expensive. The only things that do it are going to be the enemies, since projectiles don't really deal with that. Worst case, we might have a couple that are meant to bounce off walls or similar that we might want similar behaviors, but for the time being, just enemies. Before we get too much further into that, though, let's check in with the kitties. We do have 4 out of 5 visible. Doing a quick scan around for Sherbet. Given that he's not in his little tree, he might be kind of north of Mason there on the bed. Sometimes he hangs out by the pillows. But yeah, let's see here. Let's do that one. Someday we may have the resources to replace the camera matrix with a PoE1, which would allow us to replace camera 1 with one that didn't freeze up or have to reboot so constantly. But let's get to it. Now, I did do a little work offline preparing this. We're using the same general pattern. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. Was looking at the wrong volume meter. I was concerned that I had been talking to the void. So we've created a entity navigation and a navigation manager. The entire purpose of this is to handle a kind of call and response model that exists in the Godot navigation server, where we are setting the avoidance callback. So what this object is going to do is, one, be created by the navigation manager, and it will, on that callback, it's going to update the entity position. Now, I need a function in the entity that is set position. If you set position, then the entity is going to call out my position changed. So what we're going to have is that if the entity's position is updated, we set the position in the navigation server. So there's a bit of a kind of a bounce back from this call. If the entity's act is done, instead of directly applying the movement, let's go to the end of act here. It's in here somewhere, act. So we go through, we call all of the movement logic, we hit the end, and currently we're just ending with proposed movement updating. And then we're calling out that the position was updated. That's going to change. We're going to have set the proposed movement, and then we're going to call out that we have new proposed movement. Once that is done, then ultimately, instead of setting an internal proposed movement, we are just going to call out that we have proposed movement. That should be sufficient. Let me verify here. I don't know if we need to have any other aspects here. How about the entity? Where is it hiding? Rendering mesh, the entity mesh. It has facing in it. Okay, we can do that. So as long as when we're setting the position, we set our facing equal to the new safe velocity, then we will preserve that, and the entity doesn't need to remember what its proposed movement is. Where are we hiding that? So currently, we have this internal proposed movement, and we might be able to go into behaviors and change how this operates. So we set that, and then we're calling into each behavior with an entity. We're going to go into behaviors. Yeah, sure. I might need to get rid of that little pop-up there. For now, I'm not paying too much attention to it. That is that it doesn't like some of the end-of-line formats. And I don't know that I really care about that structure for now. So whether it's carriage return line feed or just carriage return, I can't remember exactly what it's saying, but often the format of a end of line is carriage return line feed. A bit of an anachronism that refers to how old typewriters used to work. Carriage return meant, well, I think it's actually line feed means move to the next line, and carriage return means, yeah. So line feed means move it to the next line, and carriage return means go all the way back to the left. So in this particular case, let's see, if I were here and I do a line feed, it would be like pressing down. And now I'm in the middle of this. I've just passed this A here. And then the carriage return would actually put it all the way back here. So yeah. That's why it's called carriage return line feed. Or line feed carriage return. I can't remember what the symbol combo is. Okay. So we call into act, and by default we're updating the targeting, and we have rotation, which is based on the targeter. So if we go to our move straight line, so we're setting our proposed movement here. One thing that we could do is have a value passed into act as the proposed movement and constantly return it. So it could be like proposed movement is equal to act, and one of the parameters is the current proposed movement. That would remove the need to have this and the need to constantly maintain it. Let's save that for later. I don't know that we need to refactor again. All right, let's see here. Right here, we are calling entity position updated. So we're going to have a public void update entity position, which has a vector2 position and a vector2 facing. And this will actually be called here. Will be that and that. So as far as how this is going to be called, it's going to call with entity position plus safe velocity. And then safe velocity. So move your position to here, and you moved in this direction at this speed, kind of thing. So this will be entity movement proposed. Question mark dot invoke. and we are going to do proposed movement. That one. And then we can set currently we are updating that to nothing at the beginning of it. It's a bit redundant here. We don't actually need to do that because this is the one that matters. We're going to invoke that here. Which will ripple into all of the other objects that care about that. Okay. So we're going to go into entity mesh. No, entity navigation. And here we are going to say entity update. What did I call it? Update entity position. Oh, a nitty. We are going to say plus safe velocity, comma, safe velocity. And here we're going to reset to new position is equal to that. Oh no, we don't need to. Right, we don't need to update the position here yet because this will cause it to bounce back. Because on entity position updated here is where we do physics server. No, it's going to be navigation server. We're going to need to set the entity's position in here somewhere. Void set navigation position. Position. Agent set position agent position. We need that. We'll need that for later. Don't know if this will actually work this way. Because we may need to have public invocation on those, but we're gonna find out. So on remove entity, we're going to clear events, raise, remove. So right here we have all of our events. And we're going to change these to minuses. We care when the entity's position is updated. We are going to cause that to happen. We care when the entity says, this is the way I should move. And we care when the entity goes away. Then we have our remove entity. I see, let's see here. Looks like somebody followed. There we go. Hello, Shadowhunt. Doing well, doing well. We're just getting rolling here. It's not on remove entity. It is remove entity navigation. If it exists, we are going to invoke it, and we're going to pass in this. We are getting rolling with our entity navigation. In particular, it's entity avoidance. So what this does is it makes it so that the... Well, thank you, Shadow. Thank you. Let's see here. Here, I'll give you a closer look. Yes. There's a lot of history to me. To some extent, there's a lot of inside story or inside joke kind of thing that goes back to when we started streaming. Let's have another private void. That avoidance callback. Did I make it myself? No. The visuals of the model were specified to by me to a great extent, and then they were made by an artist named Dende, or their handle is Dende, from Animation Studios, and they delivered above and beyond. And the rigging is done by Inkjet, also from the same studio. It is a skill that I would like to have on multiple fronts. Someday, maybe I will work on my art to the extent where I could do something like this, but this is currently way beyond me. Live 2D animation is another really cool thing. If you would like to show art, then you can join my Discord server, and there are image boards specifically for that. You can find links to that in the link tree in my profile. Okay, so if we set our avoidance callback, this is what we're actually doing here. And we're going to use callable, which might not work. Oh, no. We just use callable here. And then when we are doing that, we are actually going to call you with this. One more close. That's fine. I can, at least to a limited extent, respond to Direct messages, though, I don't use like Discord friend lists or anything like that. Okay, so we can set our avoidance callback, and then what we do when we are clearing this is we are going to set avoidance callback equal to new callable. This is specifically what you're supposed to do to turn off the callback. Is you set the callback to nothing really. Then we could also just make a we need that. We need to set this. So this whole thing doesn't, like, this only matters if it's the enemy layer. If it's not enemy layer, we don't actually care about these. So we're going to set them to like a 0 value because nothing lives on the 0 layer. Layer is equal to 0. Good. Let's get our collision layer in here. That is in collision, which is manager collision layer. Constant int nothing to 0. Set to no thing. We should also do that in entity. Int invalid type. There, it's not set. So then we have in our entity navigation, if, so we have an entity coming into this. If entity its category is equal to entity category dot enemy. It's the only time this matters. Like that. collision layer dot nothing. So then we can just say collision layer is equal to collision layer dot enemy here. Oh, unsigned int. We'll have to figure that out. Then we also have a Boolean navigation enabled is equal to false. Okay, so everything is going to use no, actually true. Everything is going to use avoidance. But there are things that are going to exist on a collision layer for navigation that doesn't have anything in it. So it will use 0. Collision layers are bit fields. So 0 means nothing. Otherwise, they're combinations thereof. So again, 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, that kind of thing. Okay. Public. Public void. Might actually work better here. Okay, if we enable navigation, we are going to do this. Else, we are going to use not quite. We'll update that, and then we have a collision layer. A Boolean boil bool enable navigation. If we are enabling navigation, we're going down this road where we are going to set the callback. We're going to give it a navigation layer if it is an enemy, and we are going to set navigation equal to true. So this avoidance callback is going to be dependent on is always going to be this. So That guy right there. So we can remove that. Otherwise, avoidance callback is equal to just new callable. Essentially a nothing. Then that. So we're updating the collision layer only if it is an enemy. Then at the end of it, we're going to do that, and we're going to say enable navigation here. So the collision layer is going to become nothing, and the avoidance layer will become nothing, or the callback will become nothing if, well, will become empty if we are not enabling. Otherwise, if it's an enemy, the layer will become entity or enemy. Okay, that should work. So we go in here. We need to set the callback. Yep. So we're going to disable navigation when we get the remove entity call. Here we are going to say navigation server 2d.agent set. We're going to need to set neighbor distance and all of that goodness. Radius similar. Say set velocity equal to proposed agent proposed movement. Hello, Colin. Welcome. Then speed is equal to proposed movement. Yeah. As a method. Void. This will be relevant. So this is where we actually set the update. And here we're going to set proposed movement. Set agent velocity to vector 2.0. So we're doing this because if we don't tell the agent that it doesn't have a proposed movement, it's the next frame, it's going to do it again. We're setting up logic that's specifically for entities so that they don't stand on top of each other for enemies. Once we have this, we're going to work on the weapon generation logic, which will probably require that we get the inventory shell in place again. The inventory shell will be the thing that lets the player manipulate what the weapons are composed of, and then once the inventory is kind of finalized, more or less when you press go, then what you end up with is something that needs to create that spawning logic, which then is predicated on we have the idea of a projectile spawning thing, like an emitter. So we got stuff to work with. This is navigation server to be .agent set position agent position okay. So we're going to enable navigation here. Now we need to set the base characteristics of it. So navigation server 2D dot Yep, James, we are live. Starting early today. I want to make up some ground. All right. Well, might not work. We might need to multiply that out, but we'll see. So we're getting our navigation logic in place, James. I've got most of the bits. This is going to be the stuff that keeps the enemies from stepping on each other. It's going to look out twice as far. Enemies shouldn't be moving so fast. We might need to change that. Max neighbors. we're going to see if we can leave that alone. So again, for most things, this will mean nothing because nothing will be on the layer. We're actually going to move... We'll leave this as it is. We might need to fiddle with this for things that don't really care about collision. Because we may need to look at the entity for things like its size. Because we could get the texture information here to do its navigation size. And we may need to do that. So if we look in our entity shape here, when we are setting its shape data, we get this here. So this is the radius of it, is the width of the texture. Now, I might need to change this and say the radius is half of whatever the larger dimension is, whether it's frame X or Y. At the moment, we don't have variable ones, but int radius is equal to 0. It's greater than frame Y. Okay, we'll consolidate that. Entity navigation. Radius 0. Log get texture as entity texture key. So we're consolidating all of this because if we are disabling it, we're setting it all to nothing. And in the same way, if navigation isn't on, then we don't want any of these values to be considered. So we set the radius equal to the longer edge of the texture. That does mean that the corners might overlap, might be missed, but for now we're going to deal with it this way. We are going to set the max neighbor distance to twice the radius, so it will only look a close distance around. It doesn't care if there are any that are further away. It's not trying to veer off in advance. And we're not going to look for too many neighbors. This is the number of things it will look around for and say, am I going to bump into any of these within this radius? So what this will do is if we disable navigation, or if we are not an enemy type, so, oh, no. We need that. If we are disabling it, sorry, if we're enabling it, we always set this. If navigation is on, then we are going to set it to that callback, even if none of this other stuff does anything. If we are disabling it, then we negate this callable. Yes. Because we are always navigating. We are always navigating when it's enabled. So we're only removing that. We're stopping the motion of the entity by doing this. It will not matter if the act methods are called. Nothing will happen as a result of them if this happens. So I don't know if we're going to need to set a map. I'm hoping there is a default. If not, we're going to have to get a way to get the navigation manager into here. That is not difficult. Okay, so then in the navigation manager, we have public just chair. If you have questions or comments, feel free, folks. Whether they are about the code or not, I have plenty of time to chat. Otherwise, what you're going to be hearing is my stream of consciousness as I type away at this. Navigation manager, and it is going to... Oh, no. Navigation manager should exist in the world. Okay, it is a thing. And as soon as it comes into existence, it's going to look for the entity manager. I've been considering that entity manager may become a thing in the world that is going to exist higher in the chain than other stuff, so that we can provide the services. Which technically would allow us to do some debugging in the future. We'll see. So we are going to say entity manager dot entity added plus equals that, And we're going to say on entity added. And we have a public hash set of entity navigation objects, which are going to be that. We don't really need a get set on it. Just use the implicit, you know. New entity navigation using entity. So we just add that in there. It's actually entity navigation is equal to new entity navigation with entity. Then we're going to say entity navigation here. And then we're going to say entity navigation dot remove entity navigation plus equals that. Change its name to on. Just so. And when that event happens, we've got an entity navigation. We're going to say entity navigations dot remove entity navigation. And we have entity navigation dot remove entity navigation minus equals on remove entity navigation. So if we add it, we put it in the collection and we subscribe to its event. When we remove it, we desubscribe to its event and we remove it from the collection. This is entirely just cleanup logic to ensure that all of this happens properly. This thing exists to make these. That's all it does, is it exists to make them. Like I said, we may need to use this thing to get the map that it exists as a part of. So this dot tree thought there was one for getting the map. Obstacles, regions. All right, we're gonna leave that alone for now and see if I've broken everything. So let's do a test run here. Uh-oh. Okay, this is the constant collision case. I've left one of our test cases in place here. Okay, we're gonna make an interim commit here. Creating them. Random positions. Our game logic. Engine manager. Creating all of the shapes and whatnot. Rotation and our position. So we are where are we doing that? Doesn't seem right. Doesn't seem right. Why would we do this? Like they're instantly colliding, and that's... We don't need you. That's good. But we need to get this collision behavior out of problem space before we can see if navigation works. is it hiding? No mask. Mask, yeah. Enemies shouldn't be colliding with other enemies. For those curious, there is a glitch in the way we're handling collision. Not clear what we did last time. It's nice. We'll get to that later. Let me take a quick look at our prior commits and see if I can find it. There. Not that. Somewhere a little change snuck in that is making the collisions fire constantly, but haven't found it yet. There's something in the catalog as far as how they move. Collision shape as far as how they update their position. Get a collision. We call collide on the collision with its target. Let's try to trace it out here. Now, it's possible that it's that the collision shapes exist at 0, 0 initially. Try that again. Because visually, they can exist anywhere. Okay, they're all colliding with the player immediately. That shouldn't collide with the player. That's well out of range. Well out of range. We're updating it. Let's look at the collision manager when we create one. Get the category of the entity. We get the corresponding collision area. Get that area's RID. We get the next index. Entity shape. So we're never setting its position initially, and that might be part of the problem. Because as soon as this comes into play, if it's not at the right position, then we have a problem. Let's look at that again. Collision manager. In our we have position updated, and do we have collision logic in here? Okay. We are colliding before we have a shape update. They're both at 0, 0 as of this moment. They're never actually getting created. The visuals get updated, but that's only as it's happening. The queue to destroy is happening right away. So when we're creating them, we need to force their position. So by this point, it's already part of the location. If we go into our collision manager, when we are creating them, this is on entity added. This is by this point, we need to have the position in place, because as soon as that becomes false, then we have a problem if it's not in the right position. Position with position. That. This becomes useful because when we are initializing here, we get our shape and we are going to say update position. That. With entity dot position. Oh. Might be that this is happening after. As soon as we create it, that gets invoked. Okay, let's go through those steps here. We're going to pause here and we're going to see what happens. You know, where do we get in Collision Manager? So we're going to go into that. Go into that. We are creating an entity shape. As part of that, we are updating the position. But that event hasn't happened yet. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I think I know where it went wrong. You notice that this never got called? Okay, that's why. We are not subscribing to that yet. As soon as we create this, the position would be updated, but we're not yet to that point. We need to force it to be in the right position after we have it created. So we're in a bit of a catch-22 here. If I don't set it by the time we enable that shape, then it's not in the right position. So this has to be true in order for me to move the shapes around. If I do the update here, so let's... So right now, this is... we're going to take that out here. And we are going to make that a public. This feels a bit hacky, but okay, now they're not moving. Now they're not moving. And what we can do here is we can go in and we're going to go into our entity navigation and we're going to look at our callback here. Starting Godot. And that's never happening. So we're never actually getting to that. Or that. That's entity movement proposed here. We're subscribing to that. And then in entity, we are invoking it. And in navigation manager, we have an on entity added. Oh. Oh. There isn't a navigation manager here. So we are going to go into our navigation. We're going to create a new scene, which extends node 2D, and this is a navigation manager. That is going to get a script, which is our existing navigation manager script. Now we're going to run it. Better. It exists now. Okay, we're still not getting that, despite it existing. Override underscore oh. Okay. See this lovely scene here that contains a node 2D with a script on it? You see this game object that does not contain that lovely scene with a script on it? Oh. Instantiate. better. Closer. I mean, it's still not working, but... In entity navigation, we are going to go all the way down into our callback. We are getting entity added, but we're never getting our callback. Okay. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. Quick break, and then we're back to it. And we're back. All right, now, what we might be facing here is the fact that there isn't a map to navigate on. So it's possible that there is no navigation happening because of that. But let's see here. That's the map that it's set to. We're just going to do this for testing purposes. Then agent. For testing purposes. Okay. I didn't think that would end up working, largely because I kind of recall... let's give it a fair go, because we need to say this first. Again, didn't think this worked. I thought we had to get space from elsewhere, you know? Are we generating lots of errors when we do this? Like, we're not generating a lot of errors, but we're still not getting actual navigation to happen. Obstacle. It's an array of RIDs. There are no maps in the navigation server. Which means there's no navigation. Trying to remember how we got this. That's just the whole tree. That should contain even less. Okay. We're just kind of looking for a moment before I go and look up documentation. We're going to see if I can find something, but map. Okay, and then whenever we are adding something, let's make sure that our entity navigation has a public shape. Okay. We're going to do a quick lookup here. Reading. We aren't doing actual navigation as far as most of these systems are concerned. What we're doing is avoidance. It is a subset of the navigation logic here. So okay, the map stuff didn't seem to matter, but we're going to leave that as is for just a moment. We're going to look at a couple of other things here, right here. Okay. We are getting proposed movements, but we're never getting the callback. Now, it's possible that our callback is not being set properly. So we are going to go over that. We're going to look at our avoidance callback. It is a callable. It exists in some fashion. This is the player object. Have a callable set, theoretically. Would be lovely if there was an actual event to connect to for this, but okay, so we're never getting the callback. We are getting the agent set velocities in similar here. It should be the player movement. So we can see some objects are saying, hey, I want to move. So we are getting to this stage for them. We're never getting position updates because we are never getting to on navigation. So let's try that. Okay. Didn't matter. What does it need to be? What does it need to be? All right. Just checking some stuff. Let's see. Agent set. A lot of GD script examples for this, which is unfortunate. Okay, get world, get navigation map. Let's go there. I think I have a short where I make that joke about GD script. Navigation map. Of course. Yep. 3D, but that's not really what I want here. But supposedly it's the same thing. Under the hood, it should be the same thing. Well, we do. Just take a look here. Checking archives. Looking to see if I can find my old navigation code in the archives here. Nope. Okay. We do need to set the map on the agent. Where do we get that map RID? We used to pass it in when we were creating the entity. All right. So this is where that's where we need to go, is we need to get the map. We need to get the actual world map that we're dealing with. Because we don't want to have to create all of the little bits of it. That's going to get us a world 2D. Navigation map. Okay. Will 2D return null. Okay. Can't be there. It needs to be in ready. Override. Ready. Okay. Map has an RID. Still never reaching the callback, but we've got to be closer here because I know that that was necessary. I remember that that was necessary. You know, just because. We have our navigation map. All right, let's go into navigation, and we are going to add an RID map. Map. Okay, and then we go into our navigation manager, and we're going to pass in map. We're going to get that. And then in our on entity added, we're going to remove that call. I think that's more viable because we are setting up the map early. But has no agents here. It should have agents at this point. Why does it have no agents if this is called? Map exists. Has no agents. Creating a path, but You don't ever have to set it to active or anything. We just need to get the map, which we do during ready. Feels like the callback is part of our problem. And then a callable. Well, I mean, problem solving, for those curious about what programming entails, this is a lot of it. Pretty much. Because there is the possibility that callable is not what I want it to be here. Passing in a reference of this, and we are getting on navigation, which is... should be the right thing there. Which is a void which takes a safe velocity. Now, let's try something silly because... to... I remember there were silly things involved in this. It's getting this callback to be proper is one of the things that we're facing difficulties with. nodes. Set. Is this callback correct, though? That's our problem. Well, part of our problem. All right. Back to Google. I triple on the bed there, Mason and Sherbet and Sammy. Ember is crawling up my shoulder here, which will impede coding and potentially camera tracking as she wags her tail. Ember does wag her tail a little bit. Okay, so we don't need regions or anything like that for navigation. I get the impression that this isn't working. That the callback isn't functioning properly. Okay, we're never nulling that. That's good. Can I find it in my archive here? Oh, just a moment. Hey. Need the history here. Well, I still have it. Still have it. I think we may have removed. Yeah. Agent set position. Set position. We need to make sure this happens as well. Oh. Navigation position. That stuff set up. Should have a point at which okay, there is a point at which we need to set our position. This is the only time we can do it. Let's try here. That's our initial position. So that should be the only time we would be able to set our navigation position. Not helping. That should have been irrelevant ultimately, but this is important. This is still important to get in there. That ultimately shouldn't matter. Once we have it in the map, that's what matters. Okay, we have a position. We got a vector 3, and then we convert it over. I think this has to be part of our problem. Because in the background, the server does use a vector 3. Navigation server 2D is a masking layer, an interpretation layer over navigation server 3D. Now, I don't know if that's the same way in C#, but okay, we can see there was that hitch at about 8,000 things. We still don't know where that 8 to 9,000 goes, but something about this callback isn't right. This may be one of the things, is figuring out how to get that callback. What if... do we have to set the callback after? That? Because we're getting the right function name here, but is that correct? Only callables for that. This is a Godot object. Why is this not being called? Searching again, searching again. Maybe. Can I do... Got to be a way to do this. Unaction. All right. We have something. That. Use a void there. Not work, but confounding. I'm gonna keep this just in case. Still no effect. And I still feel like this is part of our problem, is formatting this correctly. is getting that navigation call in there. So that's what we're searching for. From should do something. Any other static method we have? Create with unsafe trampoline. All right, tell me more, thing. Delegate. Then an actual instantiation of it. Well, for science. Doesn't seem right though, right? Because we're going to call that thing. Veclosity. No, I don't know how we're ultimately doing that. What I need to do is find some place that somebody is calling this. Is calling this. Sorry, I wasn't showing you all of the stuff that wasn't working. We need to find this. Because that callable... Hey, Laura. How you doing today, Laura? Existence is the baseline that you want to be at. All right. Support. Flip table, fine. I'll do it myself. from fallback action, right? Work with me, code. Work with me. Not working with me, code. Yeah. Support could already have been is already frustrating when you get human beings on it when their entire training is centered around reading the script. Like, that's it. That's all they know how to do is to walk you through their support script. And if you try to deviate from that, they just can't because they don't have the knowledge or training to do so. That has been made worse with the advent of AI chatbots, where not only do they just have a script, often they don't follow that script in reality. They just kind of wing it because, AI chatbot. They know what they're doing even less than the human beings that have to read the script. Okay. All right. Okay. And again. Can I do a vector 2, void test? Can't be a void. I mean, it's possible that they're not even, it's possible that this isn't actually the problem up here. That it is some aspect of navigation that isn't working. Okay. This might not actually be the issue. It's not been bad, Laura. It's not been bad. We have hit a tangible roadblock. and that is getting the navigation events to fire. Like, all of the setup seems right, but the doing lots of Google searching. Oh, I mean, that's kind of where we are, Lore, is even at this point, I'm kind of groping in the void. Functions. Okay. Once again, let's try it with a lambda. Who knows? Maybe. Why not? Start there. We'll start there. Oh, okay. Next test. Hello, Jesse. Welcome. We are thrashing about attempting to get entity navigation working. And it's not. Been getting called. Not getting called. So we are getting a callable. All right, we're gonna wrap a try around that. Not failing there. Yes, I understand. Okay, doesn't care about any of that. So I desperately want to avoid having actual navigation agents. Because that would mean that I would have to deal with the Godot layer. I don't want to deal with the Godot layer. But we might have to. Quick break. I will be right back, and then we will continue, head obstruction intersection for a while. Okay. It is not an error that is happening. It doesn't seem to care whether it's a lambda or anything else. So it could be that this is entirely functional still, that this is properly creating a corresponding callback event here, or callback method. That might be working. But For Navigation Manager, navigation server. Hello, Cot. Hello. Welcome to the broadcast. Navigation server 2D. Map. Get agents. Map. No agents. As of this moment, there are no agents on that map. How is that possible? All right. We're going to presume everything else is working. For those of you that are new to the channel and aren't familiar with what we're doing, we are making a game. We're making a Vampire Survivors style game with a lot of very custom logic. We are building it pretty much from the ground up. We originally started with GDScript, the built-in scripting language for the Godot engine, and subsequently we moved on to C# for performance reasons. It's okay if you don't know what's going on. Feel free to ask questions. We're not really at a stage where we're taking suggestions about content of the game, because we're at the stage where we're making things work. Like, we're making things move on the screen kind of stuff. We will eventually reach a point where throwing ideas at the wall is, again, what we're doing, but that's not right now. But again, if you don't have any idea what we're up to, that's fine. Feel free to ask questions or similar. Or just chat. Otherwise, what you'll be hearing is me just talking through what I'm doing. Perhaps in utter bafflement as right now. Okay. We come in. We create an agent. We have a map. It exists. We say agent set map. And then we do this again with little m map. And there are no agents on this map. Why are there no agents on the map? Puzzling. Map is not active. Why is map not active? Yeah, but Make map active. Nothing. Still not active. Something fundamental going on here. It's not a navigation region thing. World 2D. Create. Equal to map. Set the map active. Nope. Okay, we can't set it. So map active. We're going to use that map for everything else. This, we're going to go in. We're going to use big M map. It is not active, and it will not have agents in that regard. Okay. Something silly that we're missing. Avoidance exists. Okay. thinking about that, Parakeet, the tricky part is part of our collision optimization is that the collision code is like there's one big shape ultimately. So all of the enemies are one kind of plate with a bunch of little shapes on them. So it's not that that shape is saying, do I collide with any other shapes? It would essentially, to my understanding of it, to do like a ray cast, it would say, does this ray hit anything on this? And it is very likely to self-collide at that point, because we need to position it such that it can't hit that particular entity shape. I don't want navigation. Don't want navigation. So I want avoidance. And I want avoidance in C, please. So part of our immediate problem is that the map isn't active. And the question becomes, why isn't there an active map? Oh, well, that's good to hear, No Luck. That's good to hear. I haven't had an uplifting phrase like that recently, but I mean, I'm really glad that it helped. You know, maybe it has to for our purposes. We're throwing stuff at the wall. We're going to see if it makes it work. Because map seems to exist. How's it going, Elka? It's as a whole, it's going very well. We're trying to do avoidance navigation again, now that we've switched over to C#, but it's not working, like, at all. So we're trying to figure out what's missing there. Why C#? Performance. GD script let us get up to 2,500 entities active at once. C# lets us get to 8,000. And technically 10,000, though there is a inexplicable FPS drop that happens at around 9,000 and then goes away. We're making a Vampire Survivor style game. As far as things that might appear on the screen and be active at once, we need about 700 to 750 to have enough of them around the player that you never get that like really weird gap of enemies. And then we need to account for all of the bullets that the player will be firing, which could be very, very, very many. So if we can handle 8,000, then we don't have to worry because the player will never approach the performance limit, you know? Asset loading can be very expensive. Shaders, all of that stuff can be really expensive. So that is an interesting endeavor there, no? Okay, so we get to here. We are in our navigation manager, so if we ask, is the map active? Give this, run this. It is not. Why is it not? Why you do this? We explicitly set it to active. That I don't know, Elka. That I don't know. So for reference, you could see that hitch there, right at about 9,000. We dropped to 15 frames a second and then back up to 60. There are 10,000 minus 1 blobs on the screen right now. Glad you're having a good time, though. We go for a nice, chill experience here. Even when we're playing games. Which we haven't done in a while. It is October, so I have wanted to do a couple of games. There are some creepy games that I found that I wouldn't mind playing. Now, one thing to realize, these aren't like smearing. It only looks like that because there's piles of blobs on top of each other right now. They are not moving because navigation isn't working. If I rip navigation out again, then they will move. I'm really fond of somber piano and things like cello. What is missing? What was the thing that is different? What is the thing that is different? Look at our archive. Look at the game scene, which is going to pitch a fit. So what if we go in and we make this we intrinsically make some navigation stuff off of this. Not you. We don't want you. Close that. Okay, it doesn't like that. Okay. So ideally what's going to happen is that because we're only going to be using avoidance, and what avoidance does is it says, I don't want to bump into other things. And in this case, those other things are just the little blobby guys. Those are the test enemies for the purposes of this. So what'll happen is it will do a quick check around it within the navigation layers and determine if there's going to be something that might interfere with its movement within that little check region. If there is, then it changes that speed that you proposed. Given how this is going, we might have to step back and kind of start from ground zero and come up with something like maybe do the ray cast and just say slow down if there's something in your way. No worries, no. I do get a lot of people through that are only able to pop in just before they have to go to sleep or similar. That'll ultimately depend, Elka, on how the navigation server works in the background. It was actually pretty efficient at the time that we were operating it in Godot, and when it's in Godot, that's at its least efficient. Okay, so a region needs a nav poly, and a nav poly ideally would be, the whole world. So we're going to create a navigation region. So we have this navigation polygon here, and then we have a navigation agent. How are they using that? has its navigation agent. But that's kind of confounding, but sure, whatever. Let's try it. Navigation region. So then it needs that. Don't know that we want... Okay, we don't want any of that. You collide with nothing. Interestingly, Elka, and sorry if I'm slow to check everything here. I do get locked in now and again. But Godot's... This does not say that Godot is bad at it. But one thing to watch out for is Godot updates its 2D engine after its 3D engine. So there can be a bit of flakiness there. I think it's that. Oh, let's make sure I've got this right. The collision manager, we're using the same bit mask for that. So a collision layer of enemy is 4, so it's 1, 2, 3. Just in case. Anything else we need here? Well, let's give that a quick go here. In the background, that's often what happens. Like the navigation system in Godot is actually a 3D system. Just when it's using 2D, when you're talking to it in 2D mode, it just sort of flattens all the coordinates by squishing the Z down. Godot kind of has its own structure to it as far as how you deal with everything, but just like any of them, it's a matter of getting used to it, you know? I don't know if region is actually doing anything right now. I don't know how I would really tell. Just for... It's kind of confounding, really. Kind of confounding. So here, we're going to short circuit it for a moment to show you where we were before that. Navigation. Not really short circuit it, but you know. So on entity movement proposed, we are just going to... so we do on navigation here. We are just going to forcibly call on navigation with proposed movement. Proposed. Come on now. X proposed movement dot. Proposed movement dot Y 0. Well, that should absolutely work, though. Right there. Want to go? Velocity is 0. That is the player object, player object, player object. We now have a blob object. Go in here. We're going to invoke entity position updated, which now has a new... Oh. Position is equal to position. So let's remove our navigation manager here. We're just going to cut that one right out. Because clearly that route is not working. it's just not. And in lieu of thrashing any further, given that we have spent a good 3.5 hours on that. Okay, there's our hitch. Okay, well, that experiment right there, what I just did, tells me that I don't want to use navigation server. It's subtle, but if you watch, I'm moving the mouse cursor around, you can see a shift in the blob slightly. Okay, so we're going to cut out navigation server. It's just, it don't work. It's going to be too expensive for us performance-wise anyway to be updating it how we were. So we're just not going to do that. Then the question becomes, can we have an avoidance style movement for cheaper? Here, we'll make it more visible as far as the cursor. Cursor movement is actually kind of expensive. So we are making 125 blobs at once. When they appear and spread out like that, we get about 125. Go here, push this button, do that. Okay. So what we're going to do is, it's going to cost us a bit of performance to do this, but we are going to haul it into the cursor. We have tripled the cursor force here. So when they start spinning, they're now subjected to the cursor's pressure. So I'm going to hold it in the lower left. See how they're all massing down there? There are some other variables at work that are making the ones spiraling out there behave as they do. Now I'm going to go upper right. So then, to do a little bit more performance testing, we're going to go into our entity manager, and we're just going to cap it at 8,000 entities. That prevents us from hitting the 9K line. We currently update the mouse like once or twice a second or something like that. It is still one of the more expensive operations as far as checking it. Okay, so we're holding at 8,000 entities. This is still very good for what we want to do. Now we're lower left, we're going to go upper right. This is going to run a whole bunch of them through the player here, which will cause them to vanish. Now at 10,000, we were hitting a performance drag there because it was constantly running over the 9K line back and forth. Don't know what that performance hitch is, but it exists. The mouse is more expensive because it's not just where is the mouse on the screen. It is where is the mouse in the world based on where we're looking through the screen. So like the little robot here, the catbot, is sitting at 0, 0. But if the camera moves, that's not 0, 0 anymore. Which means I have to calculate that every time we update the mouse. Every time the mouse moves around, I have to figure out where in the world is that. And that part isn't free. It's not like super expensive, but it's non-trivial to do it with any frequency at all. And that's what we're trying to avoid there. Is there some performance efficiency we could add? Possibly. Yeah. Here, let me show you what we're up to for that. There is... What is it called? One of these has the camera object. It's not part of the mesh. I made it part of the HUD? No. Where did that live? Camera handler. Where is camera handler, though? You're around here somewhere. View. Okay. So every half a second, when we update, we're going to set that. Now, one possibility here. Yeah. Let's put that down here. Okay. We will increment last update every frame. And if, when we ask about the cursor position, it has been more than half a second, then we are going to update it again. So what this is going to do is it's going to limit the number of updates based on the number of things that are moving. That might ultimately not make a difference because they're moving a whole lot. But we'll see. Again, it's technically a minuscule difference here. But by making this change, it says if nothing is asking, we're not going to change it. But as soon as something asks, if it's been a while, then we'll update it. Okay, well, what this means is that navigation avoidance needs to be different. So we could put avoidance in the collision manager. But how would we go about doing that? Well, this calls for an interim commit if for no other reason. To origin. Okay. So over here in Collision Land. Effectively, Elka, that's kind of what we're looking at. Parakeet has been working on one of the other community members has been working on like playing with this kind of thing alongside the development that we're doing. And one of the things they've done for this kind of movement is using raycasts and saying, does this hit something? But what I need to do is make sure that it doesn't hit itself. So right now, a entity shape only reacts to the position updates. So when the entity says, I have moved, right here. What we could do is also make it react to proposed movement. So if we look at the entity, at the end of its movement, it says, I propose movement. Oh, there are circle colliders. Let me show you. So whenever an entity comes into existence, we add them to a collision layer. Can we see that? Most of our stuff exists outside of Godot land, so a lot of it is actually invisible. So you see these three areas. We have, I believe these are not named appropriately right now. But it's like player, bullet, enemy. Yeah, this is the enemy layer. Can I see how many shapes live in this layer right now? You'll have to trust me in that the enemy collision layer has 8,000 shapes in it. But it is not 8,000 individuals. There is one thing that checks for collision with the other two things that exist. There might be a fourth thing, but what this allows us to do is keep physics calculation very simple. Because what it will do is it will say, did I bump into either of these other two things that exist in the world? And it will do a kind of optimized shape check. If we were to do it individually, then that means that the physics server is coming up with that. How many things are close enough to this one to possibly collide with it? What are all the collisions between the different entities based on their shapes? There's a lot of extra footwork that would happen as a result of that. So we flattened it down. So when an entity shape is going to move, we're just going to start with that. We're gonna make another one. We are going to add to our entity events here. that. Yeah, the method that I'm using for collision is entirely to allow me to have this many things on screen at once. If I only had, like, let's say 100, in fact, if I only had, I think, 1,000, we could probably get away with Godot objects. So, entity bodies, character bodies, body shapes, that kind of thing, and let the Godot physics engine do all of the footwork itself. But all of those things have an extra overhead to them that is the Godot tree management. And while we touch it a little bit in the C# code, we're touching it very, very little. Is the ray's other property? It has a position. A target position, I think. Yeah. Plus proposed movement dot normalized times 8.1. Okay, we're trying to dodge the we are attempting to dodge the radius of the shape itself. Yes, it is. It is possible to get those overlaps, but we can't guarantee occlusion. So, for the purposes of rendering, just as a dot collides with areas. Mask is equal to collision layer dot enemy. This is a special case. It's going to make things weird. I'll show you the rendering in a moment. Technically, the rendering is the expensive part of the rendering is that we sort the entities in Y order. So the ones at the top of the screen render behind the ones at the bottom of the screen, essentially. That's the most expensive thing we're doing during the rendering. If we remove collision and we just move, and we don't, then we can have like 15,000 things. Collision costs us about 5,000 things. Yes, the sorting is an exponential cost. We are potentially n squared. We're at worst n squared. Um, there are potential optimizations we could look at on that front, but for the time being, that's not expensive. Collision is really expensive because not only are we potentially checking everything against everything else, worst case, we then have to do the additional processing. But because we flattened it down to 3 different entities, it prunes a lot of the fiddliness of it. This is a crude possibility here. Okay, and then in entity, we are not going to update when that happens. Yeah, collision is way more expensive than rendering. Ooh, that's pricey. The bins on a tree like that it's usually for a 2D plane, it's a quad tree. For the purposes of collision subdivision like that. All right. Oof. Okay. What if... Let's remove the creation of the ray for the time being here. Here it needs to be down in here. All right, we make a ray cast. Whenever we propose movement, we do that. We don't need to update its position here. Or set these. We're going to go up and that. Set its target position equal to our position. Then an update position raycast dot position is equal to position as well. Okay, we're not... It's not exploding anymore. And raycast is never colliding, though, is the trick. Are we setting it up correctly? Because we have to be getting to this. So there's got to be some sort of call we need to make sure that this is or is not colliding. And I think that might be the problem, is that it's not actually part of the world. Okay. So we are going to give it a raycast. We're going to put this stuff outside of it. So we're going to look for on entity added, which I was in. So we create the shape. As of right here, the entity shape exists. Go into our collision entity shape here. Take that. Collision manager. So we have updated the position. Like that. This is probably going to cause problems. I just want to test. All right, they're colliding, I think, instantly. Let's run that again. No. We are getting a blur here, which implies to me that there are multiple player objects rendering at once. Well, that would cause a problem. Okay, we're getting an error case right away here. Because we're updating the position before we have array. Yeah, right there. This is still a very brutal solution that we're trying. All right, this is with ray casts. If you look, a bunch of them aren't moving. And if we go over to Godot land here, and no, we have to. Yeah, it's kind of choky. But no, this is still. We're learning. We're learning. We go over on the Godot side. We go here. This is partly why. Or I'm sorry, this is probably entirely why. All of those are physics entities in Godot land. And we really don't like physics entities in Godot land. So we're going to rip the raycast back out. That cannot be. So one thing you're seeing while this is going is, in addition to the collisions that are happening, every physics tick that happens, every one of these entities is performing, I think it's something like 6 micro movements. Let me check the number. 5, 6, 7, 8 micro movements. So after they have spread out, they're technically moving in a starburst position. They're going to spread out for 3 seconds, and then they're going to start converging inward towards a position that is dragged towards the cursor. Increasingly more expensive the more we do of this. So I can strain it even more. So we now have 6 times the force of the mouse going on here. So yeah, things can get very interesting very quickly. Okay, let's check and see what kind of mess I've created in our listings here. We're still okay. So what do we do? I still want to get this avoidance navigation in there. Oh, here. We're only spawning 5 of them at a time when we do this. We do this to stress test the system. That's 525 things being created at once. We're also running through the C# side, through Visual Studio. This is when it's at its slowest. It's faster if we start it in the Godot engine. There are further optimizations when it's running it or compiling it than if Visual Studio does its build and then passes it off. I don't know what the exact markers are, but that seems to be the case. Probably, Elka. You're very probably right there. Is the extra debug layer in Visual Studio is probably causing it. Now, 525 things at once is pricey, period. That is every single physics... 10 times a second we spawn 525 entities, which create 525 collision shapes. So there is a lurch. Is that going to happen in the game for real? No. Absolutely not. But that's a stress test scenario. These spread as 5 are what I call calamity case scenarios. They're the absolute worst case. Okay, so what can we do? I'm not averse to just saying we're not going to do avoidance. That is not off the table. But I really would like to. Because I feel it looks better. I feel like it looks better if the entities don't all like jumble on top of each other. But it is more expensive. Yeah, the one wrinkle in getting the fake collision, like to check for collision with other entities, is the optimization that we've already done. So if we just set that aside for the time being, yeah, I think ultimately if we fuzz things a little bit more and we add a I'm already close enough to the player I don't need to move so they don't converge too much on top of the player, then we're probably okay. Because we can check for collisions with the player easy enough. You know, we could make it so they can create one big ball right next to the player. Because if you're in that state, you're pretty much done. Okay. So let's... what I'm going to do, I'm going to step away for a quick break. Going to get a clean commit going. And then we're going to start down the road of getting the inventory on the screen. If we can get that represented, then we can move towards emitter construction. And, well, then we can create emitters, and we can create the object, the weapon emitter for the player using the inventory. Once we have the weapon emitter, we can also purpose an emitter for enemies. So, if we can get to this point, we are all the way back to where we were with the Godot side, but with more than 4 times the performance capability right now. So, I will be right back. Okay. Okay. So, inventory. Since this is a purely visual representation and it's not terrible, that's probably going to live heavily in Godot land. So, like, we have our canvas layer, which is our FPS label here. Make sure that we've still got our FPS label filled in. Get our code in our game code. Wait a minute. But, All right, that is the label. Okay, the label itself is updated. Okay, good. So, we are going to make a new scene. Is a 2D. Canvas layer. And we are going to add a C# script. Then we need container. That's tempting, but I think this might be how we actually want to do this. Let's force an update here. It can. They can freeze. So, assuming they're not just snoozing, if it looks like they're frozen mid motion, then it could be that the camera kind of broke down. They're not. They're indoor kind of security monitor cameras, but they're not like good ones. They're not the worst ones, you know? Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to have a vertical flow container. We're going to have a series of horizontal flow containers, I think, in a vertical flow container. Maybe. we're starting with, like, maximum case scenario. I may lower the number of rows. All right, Elka, it was good to have you. Thanks for joining. I may end up programmatically creating these. But let's get them going first. It's not a texture rectangle. Okay. What I want is to be able to force these to be a given size. Hello, Sherbet. Hello, buddy. Yeah. Because I don't want the texture rectangle to be something that I have to manually configure here. I want the sizing of it to be fully controlled, so it might not be a texture rectangle that I want. We're going to start with just one row for now. We are just going to slap a texture on this for now. As normal, go into our game scene. Oh, not that game scene. Close the archive. we are going to add these. Way down there. Itty bitty. This is why I think we're going to programmatically create these. Okay, that's not correct. That's not how it's supposed to do. But we're getting there. All right, why it do? Because each one of these containers because we want it to start a new row each time, but it's not doing that. So I don't know that the flow one is actually what we want. So we're going to create a vertical box. Hello, Moochie. We're doing well. We're doing well, which I presume is the question. Because I think one of those is good. Okay. We're getting there. Bottom left. I do only speak and read English, so there is a limited amount of time that I can devote to translation. So we'll do this one, and then we'll roll from there. Oh, wow, that's not what I want you to translate to. I am creating a game. It is a Vampire Survivors style game. The gimmick, kind of our hook, is that we dynamically generate the behavior of the weaponry. So the little blobby dudes right now are moving in a fashion that is defined by a chain of events. The first 3 seconds of their existence is spent splitting into 5 and moving straight out. Then after those 3 seconds, they'll start to rotate inward based on the position they were at when that 3 seconds was up. But then that position that they're rotating towards will move based on where my mouse cursor is. So there's currently almost 3,900 of them. We can go up to about 8,000 before we encounter any sort of performance slowdown. Okay, so we create a vertical box container for this. Now, we could dynamically generate this whole thing, but I don't think we need to. We might be able to make this even simpler if we have a grid container. It's going to be bottom left. I'm hoping to actually stream integrate it. We'll see. There are... It's 11. Columns. Six, 7, 8, 11. It's the 12th one. We're planning on, well, if we get done with this, and the first place we want to put it is on Steam. And if I'm putting it on Steam, I want to make it, as available as possible. Exactly, Tess. We're a long ways out, but hopefully. Okay, grid container, I think, is the way to go. And we can just populate the rows from there. We can programmatically create the texture items, the cells to use as like custom classes so that we can pre-populate all of the stuff. We are going to start with just one row to be a proof of concept. So we can make a grid container, we can set its columns to 11, and we can set its anchor preset to bottom left when we start. Not FPS, it is inventory CS. This is just the visuals of the inventory. This is the part of the inventory that the player will poke at. So there will be operations in the background that do things like, if I touch this, tell the actual inventory object that stuff changed. Well, again, I hope we get there, and I do want to make this game as accessible to people as possible. This is not like we're not going triple A here as far as expected costs. You know, I want it to be good, but Michael Bay will not be attached to this production. Public grid container. With the, $500 collector's edition with shoddily made weak plastic standee of the blobs. Just one. That will still manage to break somehow the first time you take it out of the package. And there will be 3 different versions for 3 different gaming stores that don't have an actual physical copy. You have to get mailed the swag that comes with it. They just give you a Steam key. No. See, you sell microtransactions for units of time that you can change the splash screen. We got to go full World of Tanks with this. The list of lists. I've heard that in some areas there is a substantial cost inflation when it comes to particular games. We're not shooting for that kind of thing. I mean, my long-term goal is to get this on Steam and obtain money from it. Like, that's the bar. We're not talking big monies. We're talking some people buy it and like it. That's what we want. So, low monies. Yeah, that would be cool. Texture rectangles. We're going to call these cells. This is a this is a list of texture rectangle. And we have public inventory. It's just about 5 p.m. over here. What's it called? Anchors. Bingo. Man, this is what AI is for. Autocomplete and suggestions. It's exactly what I wanted it to do because it was able to give me solid suggestions for what I might want next. That's what current big AIs do, is next word completion. Soda stereos. I have not heard that. Okay, no, we want this to be rows. UI++. So avoid that infinite loop right there. It'll find a way. Infinite loops always find a way. Then I'm gonna do list add cell. And then we need a default texture. So for the time being, what we're gonna do is catalog dot get texture. Oh, that won't work. Load. Oh, Godot dot load. There we go. Path. Want it to be a texture. What do we got to do? In my time, I studied computer science. All right. Let's start there. Oh. Here. Add child. Cell. Hmm. Canvas layer adds a container. Then we're also adding the child rows to it. Let's look at it from the Godot side. We run it here. Click, click, get focus. Or inventory, grid container, texture rectangles. All right, let's where are they hiding? I mean, with career paths, Moochie, there are a lot of things to consider, and you don't want to go into a career that you will automatically hate, but the purpose of going into a career fundamentally is making money on it. Uh, if you can do something that you are thrilled to do and you can make money, then go for it. But otherwise, make the money and do what you love on the side until you have the resources to turn what you love to do into something that will keep you afloat one way or the other. But thanks for swinging through. Let's run this on the Godot side. Let's see what properties we have on the inventory object. These are visible. This exists. Because it should be there, is the trick. Should be there. We're setting a bunch of runtime flags to see if any of them react. We have the texture that's present. It exists as a child. So it's got to be somewhere. It's got to be somewhere. Okay, it was scaling down. Let's... why it do that? Okay. Preset bottom left. What did we do? Let's try something. Right. Ready. Take this whole thing here. That's not bottom left at all. All right. So this should be... The parent is a canvas layer. So this is the first control node. Need another one too. Okay. All right. We're gonna... Because we don't need to recreate this. This I want to programmatically generate for the time being, because I want to have access to them as a grid. I want to be able to do, cells 03 kind of thing. Now, this won't be static on the screen. This will be something we show and hide based on whether we're in show the inventory mode. In fact, that might be it pops into the center of the screen, you know? So it might be when we are showing it. Does this work? So we might do this, pause the game, show this. We're going to use bottom left for visibility purposes. So then we have the visual inventory. Then we need the actual player inventory concept. Might do some renaming here, is that this is the inventory UI, and then there's the actual inventory, which is the thing that contains the actual objects that represent it, like the keys for it. And then it is also the thing that will spit out a modified entity as a result of that. So it will do the processing that we're currently doing in Entity Manager, which is hiding over here, where we are doing this whole mess that's happening here, where we are creating a custom entity that is created from one of these. So right now, 10 times a second, we are recreating this entity. This is super wasteful. Instead, what we would do is we create it once, and now we have a template copy of it. That does not get loaded into the world. It does not get added to the manager. Instead, that copy is handed to an emitter, and that emitter keeps saying, hey, catalog, duplicate this for me. And then it does the adjustments to say, put it in the world, and add it to the manager. Position it, add it to the manager, let's go. So, thinking. All right, let's do some name changes here. Just for full distinction. Hello, Emperor. Hello. Yeah. Thing I've noticed is that, or one thing I've observed is that she likes to be able to come down near you and get pets as well. Not just to go full snuggle and climb up on my shoulders like this. So I might try to pull something a little closer to the side of my chair. Maybe I'll pull the side table over, but we'll see. But get something over next to me so she has something to lay on and still get attention, you know? We'll put this on the screen so you guys have something to see. So what I'll probably try to do is I'll create a player inventory, and we may make that a node 2D, not because it actually needs to exist in the world, like physically, entirely, but it's the fact that it contains a canvas layer is part of it, and it would run that canvas layer. It would handle whether it's going to show it or not. And then it would react to, like, key presses. Well, clicks on itself. We would get events for each of the texture rectangles. And if a given one is clicked, we should be able to get... We should be able to do a lambda on them to pass in particular events. So on click, this one will call our handle click event related to cell 2-5, you know? That can be relayed, like, that can directly impact the actual player inventory. Which can then be, after it's got that, it will tell the UI, okay, update yourself accordingly. And we can go from there. Yeah. We'll just have the blob swarm swing back across here a couple times. Let's make that even more visually interesting. Yeah, I know I stopped for just a moment, Ember. I get it. That was unacceptable. The rotation effect is very strong with it right now. So you can see they're zooming pretty fast. I may yet look at it and still make it so that the movement is proportional. That is, the more individual actions are part of it, the more the delta is spread out amongst them, essentially. Ooh. That might be really useful, the drag and drop kind of thing. Yeah, the orbit is way stronger than the cursor pull right now. Let's take a look at some of that. I know. She is insistent. You know what? Let's change this a bit. So right now their base behavior is nothing. Right here. So if we take this stuff and move it up here, this is me stalling. We're going to be building the play. We're in the process of building the player inventory task. And I'm just, chewing a bit of time while I let my brain settle into that mode. Exactly, task. Procrastinating greatly. We made a lot of progress today, if not in what I actually wanted to do, in technically what we were setting out to do. Infinite number of times a second. In general, the fixed time slice where I don't let it operate any more than X times a second is not a bad idea, because some of it, well, every operation should essentially have a this is how long until I do it again. Otherwise, you get a frame rate dependent behavior, which is why I keep mentioning things like delta, the time control variable. So what we have is we currently have an opposing constant force. There is always a outward rotation from the center happening. Then there is a inward rotation that is happening based on where my cursor position is. So everything is fighting against that outward rotation. It gives us some interesting behaviors going on, you know? it's why it's why you have a lot of like, it's why old games like the original Doom don't run properly without an emulator, because most of those were frame bounded entirely. The faster your computer could run, the faster those could run. Not all of them. It did not take long before people fixed that. But there were always iterations where if you ran it faster, the game ran faster. Like everything about it ran faster. So not only would your character be able to move faster, all the enemies would. Which was usually not what you wanted. Okay. This upward movement is what forces the... which is also one of the things that messes up this rotate out. So if we actually take that and put it before this... let's get rid of the move up. There we go. Move the cursor back to the center here. So they're trying to rotate in, but the rotate out is a very strong force. So we would have to add more of this to try to overcome it. Well, that's one way to overcome it. The other would be to take movement rotate in and make that stronger too. So again, that rotate out is pushing hard against some of those behaviors. So after 3 seconds, they're getting pulled in pretty steadily, but that rotate out is still causing them to slowly pivot towards a straight line. The rotate in, you can see, is fighting, but it's not enough to prevent it as they are dragged further and further away. The cursor inward is capable of helping, but it's just not enough. Especially given that we have a wave motion here. So now the rotate in is actually that much stronger because it's not being distorted by the wave. The rotate out, on the other hand, is varying between strong and weak because it is getting the wave motion. Sometimes it actually pulls it inward. And because of that, look at all the collisions that are happening. So I'm going to draw it away from the player. You can see how there's this terrible mass up in the corner here. Because there's so much inward force from all these move to cursors. So there is some of the strength remaining, but the inward pull is still happening. We are getting a neat spiral effect there. Let me check. We're going to stop this on the C# side. We're going to run it on the Godot side. We're going to clear those errors out just to be sure. Yeah, there's some... So the Godot editor has some problems with lingering references. So we're going to let them converge here until we start to see some of the frame hitch. I want to see if we can spot errors on the Godot side as to what is happening. This is a decent way to stress test the collision handling. As you can see, the flicker of the number of things is anytime there's a collision, it just removes one of the blobs that collided, and it will almost immediately be replaced. To the side, let it rake through a bunch of them. No extra errors. Break through a bunch more. Over to the side. No, I think we're just seeing calamity case behavior here, is that there's just so much collision happening. Oh, okay. What do we got? Nothing. Every now and then, something is eating time. Every now and then. Let's not get too tied down in that. I feel like that's one of those bottomless wells for me. Okay. Back over here. we're going to create a new entity that will contain the inventory scene as well, as it exists currently. So this will be our one of our actual game elements here entirely. Be right back. And then we're actually going to dive into inventory. And we're back. All right, so right now we have our inventory UI scene, which I'm probably going to make a new scene that just encapsulates this one. Maybe have some exposed logic on it. But we'll have an inventory manager that has a inventory scene that will they'll largely just subscribe to each other's events, kind of thing. Okay, so part of inventory has a HUD element. We are going to create an actual inventory folder. Be a new scene that is inventory. The node 2D. That will have a script on it. Right there. Then it's going to have export, and it will have an inventory UI named inventory UI as export, and we will get a HUD element here, instantiate it. Its inventory UI, which it needs to recompile to get, goes here. So inventory UI is going to have logic for being told that there's new inventory stuff. Ideally, they would both react to just events, but I may just have inventory tell UI, cell 3 is this. Iterate over it and force populate the cells. We'll see. Let's see. Okay, well, we'll have that when we're ready. Haha. Structure. This also has a two-dimensional list of which keys it needs to use. So this is a list of lists of strings. Oh wow, good list name. I'll take it. What we'll also do is we're going to go into... We will update this so that it tells the inventory UI how many rows and columns to make. Okay, and then in inventory, instead of that, we are going to, during our ready, rows, columns. Okay, and then that is no longer an export. So we'll go into Godot land and we get rid of you. Oh. Once again. Game scene. Go in and we add these. It's a canvas layer, but it is not. All right, there is one of the instantiations is not happening here because its container value is not being set. It's all of those. So this particular export isn't coming through. Let's verify that it actually is set in Godot properly. It is. But it's not until this is fully ready that the grid actually exists. It's not until we add it to here that would exist. So if instead then okay, well, it'll screw it up if you call this multiple times, so okay, we add the child. This is when it becomes ready. So it should have a grid container now. That didn't do it. But why? Oh. Contains an inventory UI. So then we can go back to our inventory UI. Sure that we have this set up properly. We may still need to use that initialize, but okay, it's still trying to create it. That's why. So this is one of the reasons that we try to avoid dealing with the node layer in Godot land any more than we have to. Because the presence of this in this scene is very dependent on everything happening correctly. We could export the values. But I'd really rather we control as much as we can in code and constants. Now, if we do that, we still have to deal with the fact that it is not being configured with its inventory rows and columns. Like that. So, it will not function this way. Yeah, we never get to ready because this can never fire. But if we instantiate it directly, then we don't get the predefined things. And I don't want to go looking for child nodes, which would mean we'd need to daisy chain down them. But if we do that, then we run into the problem that its layout isn't set. once again. Initialize it. We're going to move that. This. That. Now we have an export. We have our grid container here, which should be getting handled properly because we have set it in this, and within the scene, we are setting our inventory UI like that. So we have all of our entities daisy chained out. Still not working though. But all of the stuff is present. Okay. We're going in the right way. Oh, we need to call initialize on it. But it has to be ready already. Inventory UI has to be something at this point because ready is getting called, and ready doesn't get called until all of its children are ready. And if its children are ready, then this export is already filled. Work with me, Godot. And inventory UI is a canvas layer. And inventory is a node 2D. Okay, we are going to reload the current project to try to clean up some of the lingering reference errors that it has. Because we might be getting kind of missing bits. Yeah. Inventory UI needs the inventory UI script attached. Oh, maybe that was part of the problem. Seriously not going to do that, are you? That's the inventory node, and then you... Inventory UI. Attach your script. Attach your script. Browse, and we're going to take this case sensitive one. Load that. Clicky. One debugger error. In inventory ready. Our UI needs its container because we updated the type. Same with inventory needs its inventory UI because we updated the class. Okay, well that's wrong, but it's less wrong than it was. Rows and columns are transposed. Well, no, that's correct. Wait. But it's columns is columns. Okay. All right. Now we have a visual UI that can be controlled by code here. So if in the inventory script, by default, we have inventory UI here. So we have inventory UI visible is equal to false. Okay. So we're going to be able to use that to control how it operates. Do we input focus? Can we do with this? Not a type. We need an input event associated with each one that we're going to bind such that we know which cell was messed with. So we could have a should be able to do that, which is and that will be should be row column Oh, there was a way to do this. Sent. Nah, screw it. No, we can absolutely do this. I used to know how to do that. There's a syntax to the string. I'm trying to make a string format string here. With some variables passed in. Thank you. Are they 0 indexed? We're gonna find out. Okay. All right, we're going to continue. We're going to go here. Still 2 and 11. Is it stuffing them in reverse order? Let's find out. Nope. Well, these are coming in as 2 and 11 all the time. So am I doing this lambda wrong? I want these to be constant after they come in. So I'm iterating over this, and I'm getting row and column. And I'm setting up this lambda to say call this. So I want these to be set as part of this closure. But it looks like this is updating as it goes along for each of them. Like, this new cell is getting should be getting a new lambda. Because regardless of whether it's printing here, I touch this one. It says X is 2, Y is 11. Which are the last two values of I and J. Because it's almost like it's... Like, how is that getting updated each time? That should never be 2 and 11. I'm sorry, 2 and 12. Yeah. One of those things that gets thrown around in JavaScript constantly by some folks, and I don't want to have to use them, so... So how would we do this? Not familiar with this one. Like, I know how to make an event that uses that kind of event as a template. You know. That kind of thing. But what would we do for actually doing this? Let's see. Reading. Okay. Okay. We're in kind of the same boat with this. So I can make one of these, but what I need to have it do is pass in additional values after it gets this event. So this right here is what's going to be coming in from the cell. This GUI event right here only has this value. So I could have cell GUI event handler. Can we do that? To that. Then we're going to say do an 11. Do an 11. Same problem. Now, worst to worst here, I can wrap these. And I can have it where that individual cell will get an identity that is its row and column number. And then when it has an event, it will bubble up. I think that might be cleaner. Okay. Going to make a new script, or new scene. that. It's going to be a texture rectangle. It will have a C# script that will have its name properly capitalized. Godot likes to default to lowercasing stuff. That. See how it wanted to change that? No, that's an acronym. Stop it. I mean, in theory, I should avoid using acronyms as part of class names, the same way you should avoid abbreviations. But user interface, I think, is ubiquitous enough that we can let that one slide. Okay, these are all getting instantiated. So public. Sure. Row. Click. Inventory. UI cell. Row. Column. Void. Okay. and column are 0 and 0. One and 10. So we'd be looking for things like clicks and drags and whatnot to happen here. There's probably some additional events that we can tack on. But for the time being, I need to do some more research on that to figure out what the corresponding events need to be. Hopefully I'll have that done before our next stream, which will hopefully be tomorrow. And then we can pick up here with actually going through with raising additional events to say, like, hey, swap these cells. Hey, this cell got right-clicked, that kind of thing. Because it's the UI that is going to pantomime the drag and drop kind of thing. It's going to call out in the actual UI, the actual inventory, we'll see that the inventory says, hey, this got changed. This event occurred. And the actual inventory in the background will handle the update accordingly. That way we don't have... There's less fiddliness that can result if we force it to happen in sequence properly. Extra useful when you're not dealing with, client server going on. But yeah, let's... Oh. So, what we accomplished today. We scrapped our attempts to use navigation. Just doing some basic interaction with the navigation server, or even trying to do some ray casting for avoidance, tanked performance hard. So we're going to not do that. We'll add some special logic to the enemies that will keep them from stacking fully on top of the player. They'll stop some distance out and maybe, jiggle whenever that happens. Maybe have some sort of extra force that gets applied when they're too close, kind of thing. So that there's at least kind of a seething or bubbling that happens when they're on top of each other like that. So we'll see where we get to next time. I want to thank everybody for joining us today. I hope you had a good time. Maybe you learned something. Maybe you just got to experience some programming. If you like what you saw and would like to see more, remember to like, follow, subscribe, all those good things. Press the good buttons. With all that said, I hope the rest of your day is good, and I will see you next time.